Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 11th Unilateral Conduct Workshop, organized by the Administrative Council of Economy Defense, CADE, and the International Competition Network, ICN, here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This three-day workshop was designed to bring together the ICN members, officials, staff investigators, and experts from around the world to discuss different approaches and challenges to the enforcement of these important and complex issues of unilateral conducts. The workshop program, which is available on the events website and the CADE Eventos, consists of plenary sessions addressing overarching themes alongside breakout sessions focusing on specific topics. Before starting the workshop, please put your cell phones on vibrator or silent mode. Thank you for your attention. Firstly, I invite you to watch a video message from the Superintendent General, Mr. Alexandre Barreto, who unfortunately couldn't join us for the workshop. And now, I have the honor to invite CADE's Commissioner Gustavo Augusto Freitas de Lima to join us for his opening remarks for the event, please.
No? Testing. All right. Yeah, we have it. So welcome here, welcome to Brazil, welcome to Rio. It's a great pleasure to be holding this event here. I hope you all have a very good stay. Rio is a very famous city. One of the reasons is its very famous carnival. And unfortunately, you lost it for 1 week. It was last week. I'm not sure if you're still in the samba mode, but now we're starting to work here in Brazil. Usually the year starts after the carnival. Rio is very famous for its beaches, for its culture. Actually, Rio is a 500 years old city. And we are here at the Tupinambá room. Tupinambá was one of the famous tribes that actually lived here. And that's one of the reasons people that was born in Rio, I was born in Rio, are called cariocas. It's actually an indigenous word. And if you indulge me, I would like to tell you a story about Rio so you can understand a little bit about our culture and why we're here. Well, one of the things about Rio, it's actually the single city in all Americas that was the headquarters of an European empire. Very differently from what happened in a lot of colonies in a lot of countries. We did not have independence from Portugal, and then we became an independent kingdom. Actually, we were an independent kingdom before that. And the reason for that is because of Napoleon Wars, right? Napoleon was invading all of Europe. They already was on Spain, which if you look at the map is very, very menacing to whoever is in Portugal, so they decided to move the court. And they moved the court to Rio. So in 1808, the headquarters from Portugal actually was Rio, and now you're going to find all these buildings, if you look around, from this era. But the interesting part is that in 1815, a few years after that, Brazil actually became a kingdom. So it was Kingdom of Portugal, Brazil, and Algarves, and that was before we were independent. Actually, the reason we became independent is because, well, the Portuguese king was here. It was Dom João VI. He was in Brazil. Now we have this beginning of the Portuguese Civil War. So these are the years that the Portuguese Civil War was starting to form. And Dom João needed to go back to Portugal. So that's the reason we actually became independent, because he wanted to have his son as king of Brazil. Actually, because we have all this bigness in our minds, our king became an emperor, so he was the Brazilian emperor. But the interesting fact, and I don't know of any other country in the world that actually happened that, the interesting fact is after he was the Brazilian Empire, after emperor, and he was still the heir of the throne from Portugal. He was the firstborn. So what happens that during the Civil War, actually he came back to Portugal. And most of Brazilians don't even know this part of history because he actually left the grandson, so now Pedro II, he was 5 years old, he was the Brazilian emperor, and Pedro I went to Portugal. And in Portugal, he became king. He was Pedro IV in Portugal, and then his daughter Maria, which was a Brazilian, she was Brazilian born, actually became Queen of Portugal. So why I'm telling you this story? Well, first of all, this is the very first documented event where a Brazilian went to Portugal to get a job. So, but that's not why I'm talking about that. The thing here is, the point here is international cooperation. Brazilians are very much fond of international cooperation. We have a very long history of cooperating with Europe, with United States, of course, and all over the world. We are very enthusiastic about it. And this is one of the reasons we are here. We are here talking about cooperation, learning from each other, exchanging experience. And most of all, we are here specifically talking about unilateral conduct, which is a very difficult topic. When we deal with cartels, it's easier to deal with them because we know they are harmful. So whatever you're doing in cartels, if you fight them, you're probably going to have very good results, no matter what. As far as you are actually convicting the people that done it, probably you're going to have very good economical results. With unilateral conduct, that may not be the case. We know for a few decades that depending on the conduct that you are trying to make illegal, the results in the economy could be worse. You could lose efficiency just because now you're trying to persecute unilateral conduct. So of course, it scares everyone. And during a lot of years, people were disputing what was the best error, how we could do less damage. Maybe if you didn't do anything, the error would be lesser. So maybe if you try to under-enforce unilateral conduct, maybe this could be better for the economy. And of course, a lot of people said, no, you need, even if you have the risk of overreaching in some cases, at the end of the day, you're going to have a better result. And I would say that for 2 or 3 decades, that was the debate. What kind of error would you like to commit? And my point is that maybe we should try to focus less in what's the worst error and try to get it right. So maybe what antitrust authorities should be doing, should be focusing, how can we get it right? How can we know what kind of conduct we should reprimand, what kind of conduct should be illicit, who should we be targeting? It's hard. It's not easy. It depends a lot of economical evidence, something that honestly is being a very difficult topic in the last years. A lot of jurisdictions have abandoned somehow economical evidence. And we in CADE, we strongly believe in economical evidence. We strongly believe in getting the facts right on the case, in deciding on evidence, not deciding on prejudice, not deciding on presumptions. And it's hard, but because it's hard, it's special. And let me tell you the second story regarding Brazil. If you look around and have some time to do some tourism, I would bet that you're going to eventually see one statue. And we call it Christ the Redeemer. It's 30 meters high. You're probably not going to miss if you walk around. You're going to see at some point this statue. It's actually one of the 7 modern wonders of the world. Why is it so special? Because it's not so high. It's 30 meters high. But it was built over a hill that has 700 meters above the sea level. And of course, we are all here at the sea level. So the beauty of it, well, first of all, it was a result of international cooperation because it was designed by a Brazilian, a French, and the face, just the face of the statue, it was actually built by a Romanian. It has a very beautiful face. So it was international cooperation, first of all. But that's not what I'm talking about here. Why is it special? It's special because it was hard to build. Building a statue like that over a hilltop demonstrates how much committed you are to showing off what you believe. And just a fun fact, the statue actually should have a globe and a cross because it was built as a request from the Catholic Church. Actually, the idea was proposed by the Catholic Church as a celebration of the first century of independence of Brazil. So it was built in 1920s and actually it was ready in the 30s. That was the original idea, the globe and the cross. And they changed it for open arms. Why open arms? Because we are open. We want to hear. We want to welcome people. We do not want to demonstrate that they're trying to conquering and putting a point in all the globe. One single idea in all the globe, that's not what the statue is about. This statue is about receiving, open arms, hearing, understanding the different viewpoints of every country in the world, the different ideas that we have on that. And this is part of what we're doing here. We know it's hard, but this is why it's special. This is why unilateral conducts are important, not because they are easy, not because you can judge them per se and convict everyone, but it demonstrates the sophistication of any agency in the world. The agency that gets it right, gets a lot of things right. And this is what's one of the challenges. And we are now in the moment of a big world change. We are changing jurisdictions. We know for a fact we have a big change in the FTC. I would say we're probably going to see some changes in Europe, which already started with DMA and that kind of stuff, but we're probably going to see a lot of changes in the jurisdictions, especially the corporations. This is a moment that we get skeptical. And because we're getting skeptical, I will try my last, I swear to God, story in this opening key mark regarding Brazil. I'm not sure if we have any World War enthusiasts here, but Brazilian symbol for Second World War, it's one of the most interesting in the world. It's actually a snake, and the snake is smoking. Probably not so politically correct, but there's a very interesting story why you have the snake smoking. In Second World War, actually Brazil went in infantry forces with US and the Allied in the liberation of Italy. So our participation was South Europe, liberating Italy, because at this point, you still have Nazi forces over there, even though Italy by itself was kind of a mess. It was not in the Axis anymore, but it was not completely liberated at this point. But the interesting fact is why the snake is smoking. And it's because people was very skeptical regarding Brazilian participation in the Second World War. And the media would say, well, it's easier for a snake to start smoking than Brazil joining the war. This was the common phrase that people would say at that point. So, well, when Brazil joined the Second World War, they're so to say, well, let's put now the snake smoking. And actually it became a saying in Brazil, when you want to say something's going to get serious, you can say, not so popular nowadays, but it used to be more popular, you could say, well, now it's time for the snake to smoke, which is very difficult to translate, but the idea is that, let's get serious about something. So I know for a fact there's a lot of skepticism regarding how this cooperation is going to take over the next years. But, well, sometimes the snake starts to smoke, sometimes things that you do not believe possible happen, and I believe that's the point of being here. Make things that seem hard, seem impossible to do it, but we can do it if we do it together. So welcome here. I hope you enjoy Rio. I hope you enjoy Brazil. And I hope you have a very productive session here. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gustavo. Thank you. To include the opening remarks, I invite Mrs. Carolina Helena Fontes, CADE's General Coordinator, to stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. On behalf of CADE's General Superintendent, Alexandre Barreto, I would like to say that it's both an honor and a pleasure to stand before representatives from 31 countries, united by our shared commitment to promoting fair competition and addressing the complexities of unilateral conduct investigations. I am Carolina Fontes, head of the unit specialized in investigating unilateral conducts within CADE's General Superintendence. Previously, investigations into unilateral conduct and mergers review were carried out by the same units. The initiative to separate these teams and create a specialized unit for unilateral conduct in 2022 demonstrates CADE's commitment to enhancing the enforcement of abuses of dominance and expediting investigations. In this regard, in October 2023, we had the honor of assuming the position of co-chair of this relevant unilateral conduct working group of the ICN, alongside our colleagues from the competition authorities of Spain, Turkey, and Sweden. As you all know, the ICN is the largest global competition forum, integrating 130 jurisdictions worldwide. The purpose of the working group is to discuss the challenges and best practice involved in the analysis and enforcement of unilateral conduct, facilitating a greater understanding of the issues related to investigations of such practice and promoting convergence in the application of antitrust laws. In this sense, this event provides opportunities to discuss working group projects and their implication for enforcement. I myself attended the 2023 workshop in Tokyo, and it was a very enriching experience. Brazil has already had the honor of serving as co-chair of the Cartels Working Group, hosting a workshop in Foz do Iguaçu, Paraná, in 2019. Later, we assumed the position of co-chair of the Mergers Working Group, hosting its workshop in Salvador, in Bahia, in 2022. Last year, we have the privilege of hosting the ICN annual conference in Costa do Sauípe, also in Bahia, with this, and now, with the same commitment and enthusiasm, we are delighted to host the Unilateral Conduct Workshop in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our fellow co-chairs who actively participate in selecting the topics, organizing the panels, and planning the event to ensure it be as enriching as possible for all participants. In terms of logistics, organizing an event of this scale involved multiple areas of CADE, whose efforts made it possible for us to be here today. So I want to extend my heartfelt thanks in advance to all my colleagues involved. As you can see, this workshop serves as a testament to the power of collaboration since its very organization. During the event, by coming together, we have the opportunity to exchange insights, share our experience, and enhance enforcement, strengthening our collective ability to tackle anti-competitive practice. I once again thank each of you for your dedication to promote competition and your willingness to engage in this collaborative effort. May our deliberations be insightful, our debates constructive, and our resolutions impactful. Oh, and of course, may we also get to know each other better and have fun together at the social events. Welcome to Rio de Janeiro, and may this workshop be a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fontes. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to watch a video message from the Superintendent General, Mr. Alexandre Barreto, who unfortunately couldn't join us for the workshop, please.
Dear ICN members and colleagues, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Brazil and to the wonderful city of Rio de Janeiro. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you at this important workshop, for which CAGE has carefully contributed to the agenda. International cooperation is crucial for the success of our activities. And events like this, where we will promote debates about unilateral conduct, are an excellent opportunity to put in practice this idea. I'm very confident that we will engage in insightful discussions, exchange valuable ideas, and make meaningful connections. I also hope you take the opportunity to explore some of Rio de Janeiro's beautiful sites. I wish you all a productive and successful event, and that you live with wonderful memories of your time in Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now start the plenary session navigating the future of digital markets, policymaking and competition law in an all-driven economy. I have the pleasure of inviting to join the panel, please, the moderator, Mr. Max Liu, Associate Deputy Commissioner at Canadian Competition Bureau, please. The speakers, Mr. Gonçalo Anastácio, NGA of Portugal Competition Authority. Mr. Victor Fernandes, Commissioner at CADE, Brazil. Mrs. Basak Tekcan, Head of Supervision and Enforcement Department, Turkey, who will attend the event remotely. Mr. Max, we wish the word is yours, please. Okay.
Hello? Good morning. Oh, perfect, perfect. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. I thank you for the warm opening remarks. I think I share everyone's sentiment that we truly feel welcome with open arms here in beautiful Rio. Before we begin this panel, this plenary discussion, I also want to extend my thanks to Alessandra and the organizing team. I'm sure you've had to deal with thousands of emails leading up to this event. Alessandra, thank you for organizing a great agenda. I think there are a lot of very interesting, robust topics. You've done your part, so now it's up to us, the panelists, over the next 3 days, to ensure that we have a successful workshop, which I think will be marked by robust discussions, great exchange of ideas, and of course, lots of wonderful collaboration. So thank you, Alessandra. I just want to highlight that Victor is currently on a delayed flight getting here. We're hopeful that he will still be able to join us. But I think we will start with the other presentation. So a little bit just about, I think in terms of format, my plan is to just introduce all of us. We'll have each speaker give a 15 to 20-minute presentation. And if time permits, I would love to do a bit of a Q&A on this exciting topic, right? So Just briefly about myself, Max Liu. I'm currently an Associate Deputy Commissioner at the Canadian Competition Bureau. I joined the Bureau in 2007, so over the course of my 18-year career, I have pretty much exclusively been in the area of unilateral conduct. It's not something I necessarily expected as an economist coming out of school, but it's certainly my passion now. I feel it's my calling. And I love the opportunity to work with my colleagues in Canada and also be at these kinds of events with delegates from all over the world. I want to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Gonzalo Anastasio. Gonzalo is actually a bit outnumbered today because the rest of us, I believe, are all competition enforcers. Gonzalo is the head partner of the competition law group at SRS Legal. So he's an incredibly seasoned legal practitioner with over 25 years experience, covering not just unilateral conduct, but all kinds of areas of competition law, including cartels, mergers, unfair competition, and a host of other areas. Gonzalo is a current member and former president of the International Chamber of Commerce, Competition Commission in Portugal. No surprise here, he's a regular speaker at a bunch of different international forums. Gonzalo is also a professor. He was teaching for a decade at the undergraduate and postgraduate level at Lisbon University. He holds a postgraduate in European Studies from the Collège des Hautes Études Européennes of Sorbonne, and a master's in European law from Lisbon as well. So very, very honored to have him here. Our second speaker, I'm wondering if she is able to be projected on the screen. Okay. Our second speaker is Ms. Bashak Tekcham. She is unable to be here physically with us today, but I understand that she is able to join us virtually. So I'm just going to give another minute to see if we can project her on our screen. Her presentation is ready, as you can see. Oh, okay. So we won't be able to have a video of her. Okay, that's fine. We're still going to be able to hear her through audio, right? Okay. Well, tell you what. I'll give the introduction, and when Gonzalo is giving his presentation, we'll see sort of if we can somehow get her on the screen. But very grateful for Ms. Tekcham to be able to join us virtually, even though she could not be with us physically today. Ms. Tekcham is deputy head of the First Supervision and Enforcement Department at the Turkish Competition Authority. She, like many of us here, is very focused in competition law practices. She has worked in a number of different roles. Prior to being in this role of deputy head, she was a case handler, working in mergers, abuse of market power, cartels, vertical restraint, so quite a diversity across antitrust as well. Her areas of focus have included digital platforms, information technologies, advertising, publishing. So, a very seasoned competition enforcer. And Ms. Tekcham is a graduate of economics from the Middle East Technical University, and also has an MBA from City University of Lisbon. So, like myself, she has a economics background, and I love our lawyer colleagues at the antitrust agency I work at, but certainly I love our economist colleagues as well in terms of shared background. So I will hold off introducing Mr. Victor Fernandez, who is the commissioner of the Administrative Tribunal at CADE, the host agency, the host country, and hopefully, by the time we get through a couple presentations, he'll be coming right in the door. Maybe we can give him a round of applause for making it just in time. So we'll see. It's the opening session, so everything will be sorted out. And by the time the rest of you speak, everything will be, you know, all lined up. So we don't mind being a bit of a guinea pig, you know. Mr. Anastasio, please, I'm honored to pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Max, and good morning, everybody. So we will speak a bit, well, in this presentation and then in our debate, and hopefully including questions from all of you, or some of you. We'll speak about generative AI, but in particular, in this presentation, in the field of music. So we all know what is the generative AI and what has been happening throughout the world at a very fast speed. We have been looking at the ethical, practical, and legal challenges that AI is posing in the various sectors. But it is fair to observe that regardless of that, the truth of the matter is that the public has just jumped right in these opportunities given by generative AI, and that is indeed happening at an incredible pace. And this pace is not only for the public itself, for the consumers, but also for enterprises. So we see on screen in that circle, the blue part, is the number of companies that are currently already actively using AI in their activities. So no surprise there. That figure is going to jump even further in the next couple of years for certain. So how about the music industry? Where do we stand? Well, it's quite an obvious place to speak about the music industry, Brazil and Rio, but Brazil in general. So on screen you have a number of faces that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. So very famous, well-known musicians from Brazil. So this is more the old school, the people that are famous for a very long time. But we could also include the current ones, the new wave. I haven't done that on this slide just because these are artists that obviously have not become famous on the grounds of AI tools. Quite on the contrary, even if some of them are also using these tools these days. By the way, the two on the left-hand side of your screen, if you're interested in the opportunity and if you can buy tickets, they are performing on Saturday together, so Caetano and Betânia, on the same neighborhood of Bairro da Tijuca. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful concert and a unique opportunity to see them together. So Brazilian music is very famous throughout the world, is obviously extremely famous where I come from, in Portugal. My parents were big fans of Brazilian music, and I grew up hearing these people. And a number of these musicians were also playing a part in that. So this generation was not grown on with the help of generative AI, but these days it's very easy. It's really easy, and I urge you to try and do that, to see how much we have evolved in a couple of years. You could do a test like the one that you have on screen. There are a number of players that are available online. You can insert your prompt, so what you need to, what you want the music to be about and inspired on. So in this case, a number of things, but I've requested music inspired in the warmth and poetic soul of Rio de Janeiro, samba, guitar work, golden sun, endless beaches, the Olympics that took place here in Rio and actually in this part of Rio, a spirit of carnival that just ended last week, and sipping a caipirinha and other things. So you can mix a bunch of requests, and in this case, what we got was
Caipirinha na mão, samba no coração, é assim que se faz.
So the point here is that this is all artificial. This was created by AI, and it poses a number of opportunities, and we'll talk about that. But of course, it's a complete game changer, and it poses a lot of threats and some competition law threats too. So generative AI, at this point in time, is perceived to already value in the field of music over 400 million euros. But what is much more impressive than that is that the current expectation is that this figure will grow for more than $4 billion in 2029, and then even at a faster pace. Of course, these are projections. We'll have to see what exactly is going to happen, but there is no doubt that the growth will be exponent. The players in this sort of market are still fairly fragmented. The largest competitor has less than 6% market share at this point in time, but this may change fast, and that's one of the concentration is one of the challenges that we may have in the coming years. So there is a lot of controversy around this. So every day there are news initiatives from the several stakeholders and stakeholders groups regarding the impact that generative AI is creating in the music industry. Just this week, Sony Music revealed 75,000 AI deepfakes. So there is a lot of pressure on this topic. Also, there was recently, you might have heard, the release of the silent album, the so-called silent album by over 1,000 artists in the UK because of the initiative by the UK government and its potential impact on IP rights on the music industry around generative AI. And so there is no doubt that this is a very hot topic at this point in time, and a lot is happening. News are coming, and statements are coming, well, if not at a daily pace, at least at the weekly pace. So at the same time, we see artists and other stakeholders groups very much concerned. They are also taking advantage of the opportunities of AI. So in general, with exceptions, they don't seem to be against the use of AI in the music. We see, for instance, you have it on screen, that an inquiry shows that the percentage of artists that are currently actively using AI tools is already 60%, and this is growing fast. You still have 30% of the artists that say they will never use AI, but again, I would bet that this figure will be below next year and will tend to decrease. And of course, there is a generation issue here too. So there is no doubt that the music industry is also very much using the opportunities that are created by AI. How about the public? Consumers are also very much using the opportunities of generative AI in the music sector. You see platforms like Spotify, YouTube Music, etc. They are putting at the advantage of consumers the possibility of creating playlists and suggesting new music on the grounds of the preferences that they know that specific consumer has because of the historic use of that platform. So 75% of internet users are already relying on AI to find new music. So this is happening at a very, very fast pace. Of course, this raises also some risks, notably risk of self-preferencing, and we'll go on to that. So, what are the key inputs for participating in AI markets? Here, this is across the board, so all industries. Of course, there are specificities, and in particular the first one, the data sets in the music sector are particularly in the sense that they are not widely available as in other areas where artificial intelligence has been working on. And so the IP rights issue is an important part of this key input on the large and diverse data sets. Obviously, very skilled workforce. This doesn't happen without very skilled workforce. Cloud capacity is very important, as we know. Computing power, extremely important, so hardware plays a very important role on this. And linked with all of this, it has been proving very important to have a very robust financial capacity of investment. Of course, there are some new examples, notably coming out of China, not specifically in the industry, in the music industry. So this can be a good topic for debate. But there is no doubt that the current development has been is being done with the help of very strong financial investment. Some startups, but with very important funding, which also can raise some issues. So what are the competition law concerns, the major competition law concerns? Well, concerns about market dominance and control over essential inputs, concerns about data dependency. There aren't many players with this sort of data availability, which is critical. The risks that the strategic partnerships that are needed to develop the products from startups may turn into some sort of acquisitions, and the issue of proprietary data that we have already touched on. So, big tech companies play an important role here, we all know. They often control some of these essential resources which are critical for developing and deploying AI models. Well, it is a fact that generative AI markets are prone to high concentration and vertical integration. So, at what point in time does data accumulation and control become an antitrust concern? This happens when a dominant firm's control over this essential input creates significant barriers to entry and stifles competition. And especially when there is no alternative source of data, the data holder has a dominant market position, or the data holder is abusing that position to restrict competition or innovation. How about the specificities of proprietary data in the music industry? In the music industry, public data lacks the depth and quality of proprietary music data. This is really important. So the models are trained with data that is proprietary data, and this can be a very important competitive issue. Copyright music provides essential complexity, structure, and stylistic nuance for high-quality AI-generated compositions. And proprietary data helps AI models create music that feels authentic rather than generic. How about the so-called strategic partnerships between the startups and the big tech, typically? What are the concerns around this? So 4 sorts of concerns you have on screen. Investment for closer effects, market concentration, and reduced competition. So as for investment, there is the risk of killer acquisitions in practice. So this can or not happen. For closer effects, dominant firms may neutralize smaller companies through strategic partnerships resembling mergers. Market concentration, heavy reliance on tech giants for resources limits the ability of startups to compete independently. And reduced competition, financial ties discourage direct competition. So what are the ways to deal with this by competition authorities, by the international agencies? What are the perspectives? So as I said, and it's stating the obvious, this is a very hot topic. And this screen shows exactly that. I mean, a number of agencies have been quite interested in issuing in-depth papers on this topic in the last couple of years. In the country where I come from, Portugal, indeed, they have been the national agency at the forefront of this quest, with already 2 very important papers and also a keynote speech by the chairman of the competition authority. And so clearly a commitment to addressing this development early on. But the same has been happening with a number of agencies, including Canada's from Max, Turkey's from BASAC, and, well, the European Commission, etc. And Brazil also, probably Victor is going to speak about that, but there is a recent bill proposed before, well, approved by the Senate in December, and currently before the Chamber of Deputies of Brazil, so developments coming up soon. What are the key takeaways? So vertical integration and partnerships can both help or hinder competition. So it really depends on how they materialize, and so there isn't an answer that can be provided on a regulatory basis. I don't think so at all. And it has to be addressed case by case. Dominant firms may limit access to essential AI resources. AI-generated output competes directly with human-made music, often the same music that was used to train the AI models behind the AI-generated output. Global cooperation is key. I would say it's key in competition law overall, but it's definitely essential, it's crucial regarding AI. for the nature, the very nature of the topic. And here, I think we need to address the elephant in the room and understand and discuss that the time for cooperation was easier 1 year ago than it is now. This really important topic is a very hot challenge for competition law at this point in time. It's going to be much harder to do that cooperation effectively at this point in time and in the next couple of years, I believe. And regarding the music industry, this is a really challenging moment. The music industry has had its challenges throughout history. This one seems to be at the same level of importance of what happened over 25 years ago with Napster that you might remember. So that gives us some hope, I would say, because it was a challenge that was overcome. But it is kind of an existential threat, at least for some of the stakeholders of the industry. And therefore, I dare end this initial intervention with a quote from one of the most important poets of Portuguese language, a Brazilian, Manuel de Barros. O saber não está no que se conhece, mas no que se desconfia. It's not easy to translate a poet, but I'll try to do it into English. Knowledge lies not in what is known, but rather in what is questioned. So I believe this is a good way to start our discussion. Thank you so much.
Gonzalo, thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. And you had a hard job, too. You had to lay the groundwork for what generative AI is, you know, and really situate everybody on, you know, the importance of that. And I mean, really, that is what's hot about AI, right? AI has existed for a long time, but generative AI is what's, I would say, newer. And I think you're also absolutely right that, you know, obviously having a discussion a year ago, 2 years ago, you know, that's ideal. But I would say that I think we're still at a nascent stage, right? We're still at a nascent stage. We're certainly not too late. But I think we need to be mindful, too, as you correctly pointed out, that this incredible development, this disruption, is happening against the backdrop of a very concentrated industry. Maybe not so much in terms of the deployment side or even the development side necessarily, but when it comes to infrastructure. I think in your presentation you laid out some very important inputs, right? You mentioned data, particularly proprietary data, computing power, cloud. I mean, there's also semiconductors. It was just a few years ago during the pandemic, it was very hard to find toilet paper, very hard to find semiconductors. Oh, sorry, Bashak, is that you?
Great.
Okay, awesome. Success. So we're going to be at least 2 out of 3. And if you tell me as an antitrust agency that we take 3 cases and we win 2, those are great odds, right? Those are great odds. But I think it's against this backdrop of a very concentrated input economy, at least, that, you know, there is what I sense to be a lot of vigilance from antitrust authorities to ensure that maybe we're not too late, but we don't want to become too late, right? Because there are issues that even though, you know, we don't have a lot of enforcement cases, there's a lot of scanning that needs to be done. There's a lot of dialogue because this is a rapidly evolving industry. One other point I'll make, and I think by the way, your presentation on just focusing on the music industry is funny because last night my colleagues from the Competition Bureau were having dinner with our colleagues from Australia and New Zealand, and the conversation just gravitated towards AI and creative industries like music. And I said, oh, you're going to love this panel this morning because one of our speakers is actually talking about the music industry. But I think in certain industries, my view is that proprietary data matters a lot, right? And access to that input really is critical to developing and deploying very useful models for end users. You mentioned the Bureau's consultation paper, and I will say some of the views we heard from stakeholders in other industries was that in those other industries, public data matters more. And so in that sense, it creates a bit more of a lower barrier to entry, right? A bit more of a level playing field if you are able to use public data. So I certainly do think that, you know, it resonated with me greatly why proprietary data matters a lot in the music industry, but I do wonder if it's perhaps a case by case depending on industries, right? The other thing we heard, which is interesting, again, another sort of countervailing view against this backdrop of very concentrated, at least as entities that control some key inputs, is that some stakeholders spoke to the culture of AI and how in this particular market, and I think you mentioned that too, Gonzalo, there are a lot of partnerships. There are a lot of partnerships between large and small companies. There's a culture of open source. There's a lot of public or a cloud infrastructure that, again, all those factors do minimize perhaps, so just sort of mitigating factors, right? That again, perhaps in some industries, again, as much as there's concentration, there does appear to be a culture that, maybe what I would say, my own views would be they could be quite favorable to small players to grow. And we have seen examples of smaller players becoming unicorns, becoming very successful very quickly. So, it certainly remains an open question, and I do think it's a case by case, depending on the industries, depending on the players, depending on dynamics, of when and how antitrust agencies can intervene. But I think some of the key takeaways that you mentioned, safeguarding access to information, perhaps scrutinizing some of those partnerships if they're not equitable, not fair, right? These are the reasons why we want to have this conversation and, from a global perspective, be very engaged. So I see Bashak is on, so very excited to get to our second speaker. Bashak, the floor is yours. Bashak, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. Great. I'm
Thank
honored
you.
to pass the floor to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to participate in this event today. On behalf of the Turkish Competition Authority, I would like to talk about AI-supported projects, which are carried out by our Economic Analysis Department. There are 3 projects, namely Close Monitoring Mechanism Project, Algorithmic Agreements Project, and Public Procurement Projects. Let's begin with Close Monitoring Mechanism Project today. The main objective of the project is to detect price anomalies that could potentially occur in the near future, like 3-month perspective, and also to detect historical price anomalies. When we look at the project steps, the modeling studies carried out by consulted academicians were completed now, and the project report was presented to us. And staff was trained on the analysis methods used and sample findings. And now the working group is updating the data on a monthly basis to identify the sectors where a significant number of anomalies have been found. Subsequently, in coordination with the enforcement departments, the possible causes of the anomalies will be analyzed, and if necessary, ex officio investigations will be carried out. It's also analyzed whether there are overlaps between the sectors subject to recently completed or ongoing investigations by Turkish Competition Authority and the sectors where anomalies were found within the scope of this project. And as a result of a certain implementation period, if the system achieves a high accuracy rate in the anomaly signals, it's aimed to inform the public authorities related to the sectors in question. For our model, it was necessary to work with sectors with complete sectoral domestic producer price index values in the dataset. Hence, 555 subsectors were analyzed for the project. And in this context, NACE classification was taken into account, and data from January 2017 to October 2024 were collected and analyzed. In the project, dataset is divided into two groups. In the first group, under the non-service sector category, we worked on 463 subsectors, and for service sector category, we worked on 92 subsectors. So you can see 70% of the data is from service sectors and 83% is from other sectors. And the variables in the model can be briefly listed as domestic producer price index, foreign PPI, exchange rates, CPI, foreign trade data, and manufacturing industry indices. And while developing the model, we used gated recurrent unit, seasonal and trend decomposition using losses, and interquartile range methods. Now we can move on the stage of the project. In the first phase, we established an AI model that successfully predicts the 3-month future perspective, and we measured the prediction success. As I mentioned before, we had the data from January 2017 to October 2024. Prediction tests were conducted for the best sector-based model, selected at the end of numerous trials. First of all, to create the training data, T-2, T-1, and T-period data are extracted from the dataset, and then we teach the time series of the related subsector to the AI model for the remaining period, which is from January 2017 to July 2024. Then we test how well the AI model has learned. For the training data, the AI model predicted T-2, T-1, and T values, and then the prediction success is measured by comparing these values with the actual values. And for the testing data, the actual T-2, T-1, and T data are re-included into the dataset. And this time, the periods T+1, T+2, and T+3, which is November 2024, December 2024, and January 2025, are forecasted. And result shows us that our model was successful in the first phase. Then we moved to the second phase. In phase 2, we teach the time series. In phase 2, we teach the time series of the related subsector to the AI model for the whole period. And for the entire data set, including forecasts for the future starting from the initial date, the time series is decomposed into trend, seasonality, and residuals. And in phase 3, is the anomaly detection. Our object is to determine whether there are anomalies in price movements in a 3-month perspective, and anomaly detections for the past are also made simultaneously. And we found that here the original graph represents both the actual and future 3-month forecast results. The trend graph represents the long-term average values, and the third one is the seasonality graph. It reflects the fluctuations due to seasonality. And last one, the residuals refer to the part of the original variable that cannot be explained by trend or seasonality. Anomaly analysis is performed on the residuals. And we found that for the non-service category, there are 15 subsectors with positive anomaly signals between November 2024 and January 2025. Also, there are 8 subsectors with positive anomaly signals again between January 2020 and October 2024. And lastly, for the service sector category, 19 subsectors with positive anomaly signals were detected. These findings were shared with enforcement departments, and now investigation teams are working on them. And now I'm moving to the second project. And this is Algorithmic Agreements project. This project aims to examine the legal and economic dimensions, consequences, and implementation methods of algorithmic agreements, as well as to improve the institutional capacity for the effective use of AI-based tools in the detection of such potential anti-competitive behaviors. During this project, literature review and simulation studies are carried out by, again, consultant academicians. The modeling and reporting phases of the project are expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2025. During this project, also 8 hours of training has been provided to the staff. Following the completion of the project, especially by using web scraping tools, it will be possible to collect price information for different categories of goods or services from channels such as digital platforms, and to analyze whether there is a possible algorithmic agreements in the background. And our last project is public procurements project. And this project aims to develop AI-supported tools and to carry out joint statistical modeling and analysis to detect competitive risks and possible violations in public procurements. For this purpose, the cooperation protocol was signed between Turkish Competition Authority and Turkish Public Procurement Authority. And the data on all procurements held in the 2-year period starting from October 2022 were collected, and currently we are carrying out cleaning, processing, and exploratory data analysis. And the preliminary modeling analysis studies will be finalized by the end of this month. And then it's planned to report periodically in order to initiate ex officio investigations against the parties of procurements where the possibility of collusion is assessed as high. And I think that's all. Thank you for listening.
Hello?
Max?
Oh, great,
Hello?
great.
No, it's the end of my presentation.
I was having a technical issue, but that's entirely my fault. Bashak, thank you so much for this presentation. By the way, during our planning sessions, when I heard that this was the direction that Bashak was taking, I was very excited, right? Because I think a lot of discourse, and similar in our own agency in Canada, is focused on AI, the competitive dynamics that emerge because of it, the antitrust concerns, and whether or not we need to adapt our framework. But I absolutely love the approach that Bashak took in treating AI as an ally. Sorry to just quickly interrupt, Bashak. We have Victor, who has weathered a delayed flight, traffic, and he is finally here. We are now 3 for 3, 100%, 100%. Victor, big welcome to you. I'll conclude some of my reactions to Bashak's presentation, and I'll give Victor an introduction, and then we'll pass the floor to him. But Bashak, I think it's an absolute, it was an absolute joy to hear how you're actually using AI to help us identify, detect, and address potentially and resolve other types of competition concerns in the marketplace, right? And I think it reminds me of the Terminator 2 movie, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? He is the good cyborg fighting against the evil one. And so AI is absolutely a tool for competition authorities to use as a means. You're using AI models to detect algorithmic agreements, which is, I think an increasing concern, right, because of how powerful AI is. So I think we mustn't lose sight of the advantages of AI for us in doing our work. And by the way, when I hear someone talk about regressions, graphs, data sets, that's music to my ears, just like the clip that Gonzalo played. If anyone has any additional questions for Ms. Tekcham, given the technical nature of her presentation, some additional questions about the models they use, feel free to get in touch with me, and I can pass along any more detailed questions. I appreciate that in a forum like this, you know, we cannot do a full deep dive. There's obviously more nuances to the data sets, to the other tools they use. So thank you so much, and Bashak, really appreciate you joining us virtually despite, you know, not being able to be here. That was a great presentation. I have some questions for you. I think I would love to connect you to our digital enforcement unit. We have a bunch of data scientists that we hired in the past few years. I think they'd be interested to know a little bit more about some of the technicalities and the modeling that you and your team have used. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, last but not least, and we were able to, you came at such a great time. Mr. Victor Fernandez, representative of the host country. Victor is a commissioner of the Administrative Tribunal at CADE. He, like Gonzalo as well, is a teacher, a professor, in this case, economic law and competition law in both undergraduate and graduate studies at the Brazilian Institute of Teaching, Development, and Research. Victor has a PhD in commercial law from the University of Sao Paulo, a master's degree in law, state and constitution from the University of Brasilia, and also just a normal law degree as well from the same educational institution. And Victor, you have telecom experience as well. You were a specialist at the regulator, so a very seasoned competition enforcer. And someone I actually knew from a prior conference as well. So, and Victor gave a really great presentation there. So I'm excited to hear, and we'll conclude with Victor. So honored to pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Max. And it's a great honor to be here on behalf of CAGI. And I would like to welcome everyone to Rio. And I apologize for being late. My flight has been delayed, and also the traffic was very terrible to come here. But I'm glad that I make it in the time to speak in this panel, because I think that it's one of the most wonderful panels, and I think that we have plenty of discussions that we can delve in today. And when we were talking about this panel in our prep meetings, I think that I have thought about maybe gathering some insights about competition policy as a whole, and then talk a little bit about some specific cases in Brazil. But starting from a more theoretical perspective, I think that it's far clear right now that we are starting to see how these powerful technologies, such as AI, robotics, and maybe in the coming years we're going to face other most advanced technologies like quantum computing and scientific biology, nanotechnology, and things like that. And I think that the whole question is, what does it represent for competition policy and its fundamentals from a very theoretical perspective? And I think that the most interesting challenges that we're going to face in that regard is that maybe most of the fundamental pillars of competition policy and economic policy in terms of competition might be disrupted by these new forms of technologies. And I think that there is at least one very specific fundamental principle that grounds our economic theory that might be very reshaped from within, which is the very notion that competitive markets provide the best information about consumers' preferences and producers' efficiency. That comes from very old perspectives on economic theory, and even if we look to Hayek ideas of that maybe market is signaling what is the best for consumers, so we can provide the best information about consumers' preferences from the competitive markets and things like that. The whole notion of a market as a discovery process and things like that, I think that maybe all of it is going to be disrupted by AI technologies, and more specifically by technologies that can provide most advanced predictions about how consumers' preferences might be presented to market as such. There is this very interesting book from Agroa, Guns, and Goldfarb, who is entitled Prediction Machines, in which it explains that the most relevant role of algorithm pricing is going to be to shift the ability to predict how consumers will even react to products that are not even in place or are not even in the market as presented. So I think that the most relevant questions that we're going to face is that a market or a competitive market that we can presume to exist that is not affected from a prior perspective by the use of this kind of technology and the use of this kind of algorithms. And maybe this is a very philosophical question for competition law policy in the upcoming years. And I think that it's very difficult to size the opportunity to say what is the consequences of it. On one hand, I think that those powerful technologies can generate very interesting benefits for society as a whole, and we have to recognize that. If we think for very ordinary examples, like using competition database algorithms to optimally locate where a company will install a warehouse or things like that, how can companies address better some forms of consumer preferences and things like that. Those are clearly benefits from the use of AI in setting those commercially policies. But on the other hand, I think that the consequences for anti-competitive behavior are so far very, very ambiguous. And if we think the use of anti-competitive rules for the most two relevant branches of competition law, which are cartel enforcement and abuse of dominance enforcement, we can see how difficult and how tricky it might be to predict some outcomes of that. So when we talk about cartels and collusions, for instance, I think that since 2017, when this very famous article from Ariel Zraki came out talking about the risks of AI collusion and that maybe machines would engage in collusion even without any human interference, we have been very, very scared about that idea. But over the last years, when we see the economic research on that, we came to the conclusion that that might not be the case, that algorithms reach in collusion without any human interference, that might be very, very rare, and that might demand a lot of information and maybe thousands of interactions between these algorithms. There is this very interesting paper by Emilio Calvano, which has found that might be possible, but under very, very strict circumstances. But on the other hand, I think that we have other uses of algorithm pricing that pose very clearly a very high competition risks. When we talk about, for instance, the use of third-party pricing algorithms, making prices more sensitive to demand variation in some markets. So the US, there is this ongoing discussion about real estate markets. In Brazil, last year, we have opened the first investigation about AI collusion that we might call which is an investigation focused on one specific firm that provides a software that generates recommendation for pricing from the few stations in Brazil. And when we look at this, we can see that might function as some sort of a hub and spoke cartel, in that you have put in the hands of a third party the function of setting these prices for everyone. So there are risks involved, and those risks might be the use of this technology for implemented the very well strategies that we have known before for collusion, such as some sort of a hub and spoke strategy. And finally, regarding abuse of dominance and exclusionary practice, I think that AI is bringing the need for us to rethink about some very old practice that on very conservative economic grounds would be rendered as improbably to raise in several markets. And maybe in the light of the use of AI, maybe those practices can be very feasible in the upcoming years. And I think that the most relevant ones are discrimination, pricing discrimination more general, and especially, and also predatory pricing. I think those are two strategies that even when we look from the very conservative perspective of the theories of harm that we have been discussing in competition law over the last 40 years, those are very, very rare to make an economic sense, especially when we are talking about predatory pricing. But on the other hand, when we are in the age of AI, maybe a company can use or adopt some predatory scheme that might be very, very less costly than what we have presumpted before. So there is this very interesting example that Professor Michael Go has talked about, which is Uber, for instance. If you, for instance, the Uber platform, it noticed that one driver is about to shift to another competing platform. The platform can reduce the price, the fee that is charged by this driver only for this driver itself. So this is the kind of mechanism that companies might adopt to employ predatory strategy, which might be much less costly than adopting a lower price for everyone in one side or another of the platform. So these are the kinds of ideas that we can see. And also when it comes to price discrimination, of course, pricing algorithms may be capable of setting and pointing to some strategies for price discrimination that might address some very specific consumer preferences, and that would be a strategy of exclusion in very specific markets. And last but not least, and now coming to the final of my first words, I think that maybe in the upcoming years, there are some key principles for competition policy that I think that we have to keep in mind for addressing these concerns. So first of all, I think that algorithms, and more specifically pricing algorithms, they cannot be regarded as per se legal or per se illegal. They have ambiguous implications for economy and for welfare as a whole. But I think that we can pose some very interesting principles for anti-competitive conduct, which are twofold. The first one is that I think we can see that if a behavior is regarded as unlawful in the offline world or in the world where people do not often use AI technology, this very same conducts might be also unlawful by when provided by the use of this kind of technology. So there is no algorithm immunity for anti-competitive practice. I think that it's a very important principle to keep in mind. And the second one is that, and comes from Professor Michael Gall studies. She says something that is very important, and we have to take notice of this, which is there is always a human in the loop. And even though we are talking about some algorithms that perform some very high complex tasks, there is always some people who have created this algorithm. There is someone who has selected this. There is someone who has took the choice to implement this within the company. So we cannot forget about this. We cannot forget that there is a human involved. And on top of that, I think that maybe in the coming years, our competition authorities, we're going to have to learn more about how these algorithms operate, and eventually the kind of competition enforcement that we are going to have in the upcoming years is much more focused on the design of the algorithms itself. And that is the most relevant challenge that we are going to face, because we are not anymore talking about the facts of a commercial strategy, but rather we are going to talk about the design of a commercial strategy implemented by AI technology. But I think that those are my general remarks, and thank you once again, Max, for this. And of course, I remain at your disposal to discuss a little bit more of some of these topics. Thank you.
No, Victor, thank you. Yeah, this is some great points you made here. I think I really appreciate how you brought us back to first principles, right? Because I absolutely do agree with you. We want to have a measured response as antitrust agencies, right? And so what are the first principles, right? It's the abuse of market power that we're concerned about, right? It's about competitive markets. AI is obviously very complex. The market dynamics are different. There's new types of conduct that emerge or become more potent, such as algorithmic pricing. But I think we must always be mindful of the core principles and the core foundations of competition law, right? That's not to say we can't take sometimes more aggressive approaches, but keeping that in our minds, I absolutely agree with Victor, is incredibly important. I just have two more reactions. Second, in Canada, we also have a case or investigation involving a software in the fuel gasoline market making recommendations. I think that's the word you use. That's the word I'll use well to gas stations, right? So it is interesting how our respective agencies are on a similar wavelength. Maybe this is a popular behavior around the world. I don't know, but so I thought that was very interesting. Maybe there's some sharing that we can do later on. And last, maybe I'm biased because we're here at a unilateral conduct workshop after all, but I also absolutely agree with Victor that, in a lot of cases, I do believe the rule of reason analysis makes sense, right? I think you made the point that, should algorithmic pricing be per se unlawful? And I think you said, well, no, right? And I do think there's a lot of room for us, those who are practitioners, private, public, regulators, who are focused more on sort of the rule of reason unilateral conduct world to play a particularly important role. As well as other parts of the act, of course, but I think there are a lot of conduct that really is appropriate for rule of reason analysis. So I actually I realized so I did have a number of questions that I shared with the panelists in advance, but I'm also mindful that we are actually pretty much just about at 10:15. So maybe to kind of keep us better on track, I will just suggest we stop it here. But as Victor said, we are around, so please come speak to us offline during breaks, in the evenings, during cocktail hour, or what have you. And again, if you have any questions for our other speaker, who is virtually with us, Ms. Tekshem, just reach out to me, and I can connect you guys virtually. So maybe that's the best approach. But thank you to the three of you so much. You guys did the heavy lifting, and we approached this topic from a few different angles, different organizational perspectives. I really enjoyed it. That's why I signed up to moderate this, is to learn and hear from you guys. So my heartfelt thanks to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks to all the speakers for their presentations. We invite everyone to enjoy the coffee break. Following the break, there will be 2 breakout sessions available for you to choose from. Unilateral Conduct and AI, Challenges and Solutions in Brum, Juranas 2. And the other one, Market Definition in Digital and Multi-Sided Markets, Challenges in Assessing Unilateral Conduct in Plenary Room. After the breakout sessions, you are welcome to lunch in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor. And after lunch, we'll resume here at 1:30 for the afternoon plenary session on the evolving challenges in unilateral conduct and analysis. Please enjoy your lunch.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
The heart is a blow, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic's stuck, and you don't move in anywhere. Before you found a friend to take you out of this place.
Hi. So, no, it's working. So, okay, so let's start. Thank you everyone for being here. We are kicking off our panel on market definition in digital and multi-sided markets. I'm very glad to be here for this discussion, more specifically because I think that's a very interesting topic and a very relevant one for the enforcement of unilateral practice in digital markets. And for this panel, I have the honor to receive here on behalf of Kaji three very important guests which are going to bring very different perspectives on this topic, both from the practice and also from the academia. And so I think that we are going to have a very fruitful discussions this morning. And for start off, I have to say that defining relevant markets in digital and multi-sided markets is inherently complex due to their unique characteristics. The multi-sided nature of these platforms creates some interdependencies between different groups of users, which traditional market definitions often fail to capture. Additionally, many digital platforms operate in markets where transactions are non-monetary and zero-price markets. Moreover, the global nature of digital platforms raise questions about the relevance of geographic market definitions, as digital platforms often operate across borders and offering several services that are accessible globally. And additionally, these markets are highly dynamic, as we know, with frequent innovations and changing boundaries that can remember conventional markets definitions obsolete. So finally, traditional antitrust tools, such as the SNP tests, often struggle to account for the realities of digital markets. So the idea of this panel is to understand how those challenges are being translated in both into practice and in theoretical discussions. And we are going to have different perspectives from each one of the jurisdictions that are being represented here this morning. And to compose this panel, we are going to have the honor to
Obviously, as I said, in Allegro case, we established self-preferencing theory of harm. So I think the starting point was if Allegro could act independently over sellers or not. The second question was about service substitutability. If, from the perspective of user, Allegro intermediary services is substitutes for other online channels or not. Regarding first problem, market definition, one market or multi-sided market approach, we follow multi-sided market approach, and we, as I said, establish a relevant market for intermediary services for sellers. Defining the market aimed to verify whether Allegro had significant market power over sellers and abuse it. So the starting point was the merchant side on the platform. We also established that from the perspective of sellers and buyers, we have completely different needs, and each user could assess Allegro services differently. Basically, sellers seek access to large customer base to maximize sales, but perhaps buyer, we haven't established it. Perhaps they look for offers at the best price, so perhaps market definition is much broader on the buyer perspective. Regarding substitutability, we conducted research and asked 100 respondents, sellers, how they treated Allegro. And our focus group was the largest sellers in electronics and home and health on Allegro. And we divided our respondents into 4 groups, category, based on main sales channels: stationary stores, Allegro shop, online stores, and diverse shops. Our goal was assess if Allegro services can be substituted by other services, like, for instance, price comparison services, online classified ads, online shop, etc. And our methodology, we use a Likert scale questionnaire using strong disagreement to strong agreements option to choose. And here we have our question, 10 questions we ask. Question number 3 to number 9 is about market substitutability. So we like to assess if sellers substitute see Allegro services as substitute for other online channels. And here we have Likert scale we used in our study from strong disagreement or agreement. So it was close option to choose. And here is our finding in the table. The more intense the orange color is in the cell, it means that fewer response agree with the statement, and similarly, if the intense green, orange are here, it means that respondents agree with the statements. And our findings are as follow. Most sellers cannot operate without Allegro, especially Allegro shops. No group strongly believe that their customers would move to other sales channels. We also found out limited substitution potential for Allegro services from alternatives like price comparison services, Polish Seneo, or online classified ads, online shops, and other services. And basically we also analyze functionalities and characteristics of different online channels, and here I compare some different online channels to e-commerce services. And basically e-commerce service focus on B2C transaction, and thanks to Allegro, sellers have opportunity to find out large vast number of buyers, whereas for instance classified as services like OLX focus more on C2C transaction, and there is no possibility to conclude transaction on the website. So perhaps I could stop here to not further ado, and further we discuss some issues on this example in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And I think that's a very interesting case which presents a foothold for the discussions that we can have in the second part of this panel. And it's interesting to see how we have conducted a very in-depth analysis of substitutability between each one of the sides of the platform. And I think it's a very interesting perspective on how to address this challenge. And next I will turn to Johannes. He is speaking from the European perspective. Johannes Holtzwald is a case handler at the Unity B1, which covers antitrust, energy, and environment of the EU Commission DG Comp, and he has been involved in the initiative to adopt the guidelines on exclusionary abuse of dominance, which is pretty much, I would say that one of the most hot topics going on this moment in the EU level. And previously he was a policy officer in the Unity A1 antitrust case support and policy, and Unity A4 European Commission networks and private enforcement. And also before joining the European Commission, Johannes advised companies on competition law matters as an attorney at a German legal firm, and he also received a doctoral degree in law from the University of Münster in Germany, and was awarded a Master's of Law degree from the University of Chicago. So Johannes, thank you very much for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victor, and also to Kaji to be here. It's an honor to speak at this panel in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. I would like to pick
É pro Zoom ou pro VMix? Manda pro Zoom ou pro VMix? Tá. Chegou? Só amanhã. Então já. Pronto, Everton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you will enjoy lunch and the breakout sessions this morning. We now start the second plenary session, the Evolving Challenges and Unilateral Conduct Analysis. I have the pleasure of inviting to join the panel the moderator, please, Ms. Lilian Marques, the Chief Economist at CADE, Brazil. And the speakers, Mr. Richard Rudden, the Head of Competition Investigations of the New Zealand Commerce Commission, please. Mr. Hugo Brito, Economist at Portugal Competition Authority. Ms. Shannon Clancy, the Executive Director at the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. And Mr. Kamil Nijaskleb, Deputy Chairman from the Czech Competition Authority. Please, Lilian, as wish, the word is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this plenary section, the Evolving Challenges in Unilateral Conduct Analysis. I'm Lilian Marques, Chief Economist at the Brazilian Competition Authority. I'm honored to be here in Rio de Janeiro, a city known at its brilliant culture and energy, and even more honored to be among such distinguished colleagues and experts in competition, law, and enforcement. Before we begin, let me introduce the speakers. It's a privilege to serve as a moderator today discussions. I look forward to getting you and I will sure you will have a very rich and thoughtful, provoking conversation. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of the ICN Unilateral Conduct Workshop for bringing us together. A special thank to all of you competition authorities, economists, legal experts, and practitioners who contribute to the ever-evolving field of unilateral conduct enforcement. As a competition authorities, we continue to face significant challenges in assessing unilateral cases. In today's fast-moving markets, defining product and geographic boundaries has become more complex than ever. Measuring market power in digital and evolving industries, determining the right standard of proof, and allocation of burden of proof are pressing issues that demand thoughtful debate. This session provides a unique opportunity to examine these challenges, share experience, and explore solutions that ensure fair and effective enforcement. We are fortunate to have an exceptional panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in competition enforcement. Let me introduce them. Sharon Clancy from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Sharon is the Executive Director in the Competition Division, where she leads the advocacy team. Since joining the ACCC as a graduate in 2009-08, she has worked across enforcement, mergers, exceptions, and international areas, bringing a broad perspective to today's discussion. Hugo Brito, from the Portuguese Competition Authority. Hugo is an economist in the Restrictive Practice Department with extensive experience in antitrust cases. Since joining ADC in 2013, he has worked in market studies and advocacy, particularly in transport and telecommunications. Richie Hutton, from the New Zealand Commerce Commission. Richie is the head of competition investigations, where he has led teams handling cartel investigations, abuse of market power cases, mergers, and consumer law. His current focus is on implementing New Zealand's new abuse of market power provision. And the last but not the least, Camille, from the Czech Competition Authority. Camille is the deputy chairman in charge of the competition division and has over 15 years of experience in competition enforcement, with degrees in law and economics, as well as PhD in law. He is a regular speaker at universities and conferences with numerous publications and competition law. We are truly privileged to have such a diverse and accomplished panel with us today. To start our discussion, I would like to begin with a fundamental question. In your view, what are the most pressing challenges that competition authorities face when investigation unilateral conduct case today? How does your competition authority approach these challenges? And have there been any recent shifts in enforcement strategies or priorities? To get us started, I would like to first turn to Cheryl for her insights.
Thank you very much. I'll just set the scene a little bit for the challenges that I'm going to talk about. So Australia is a relatively small and isolated economy. That means we have many concentrated markets that are regulated, and that's the background against which we are working on our unilateral conduct issues in Australia, and that adds a layer of complexity. I guess to answer the last question that was raised about whether the ACCC has changed its enforcement approach, we haven't. So competition problems, and particularly unilateral conduct and the misuse of market power, are an enduring enforcement priority for the ACCC, and it's been that way for years and years. So our enforcement approach hasn't changed at all. But the first challenge that I wanted to talk about was one of just finding cases. So we, because we prioritise unilateral conduct matters, that means we take a very close look at all complaints to the ACCC about the misuse of market power. But we have a challenge in converting those complaints into cases, and that's because what first appears to be unilateral conduct can be a lot of other things, and it could be rigorous rivalry in a concentrated market. It could be the evolution of a market as technology changes or consumer preferences change. It could be sort of behaviour that's happening as a result of an external factor affecting a market, such as a change in government funding to part of a market, or I think a recent example that we've looked at is just the effect of the pandemic in some markets, which made it look as though something was going a bit wrong in markets, but actually it was just sort of the pandemic effects working their way through. We also, and I mentioned a lot of our markets are concentrated and regulated. We occasionally look at matters where a market's not functioning well because the regulation isn't very well designed, and that can prevent the proper operation of a market. And then what might also appear to be unilateral conduct and a competition issue might actually be a compliance issue that's better dealt with by a sector-specific regulator. So we do a lot of that sort of assessment to figure out what's going on. And it's only the true competition issues that we then devote more time and resources to. At the moment, we have a healthy pipeline of unilateral conduct cases, or matters, or I should say, under investigation. We have one unilateral conduct case in court. But that, because we don't talk about our investigations publicly, that raises a criticism of the ACCC that we're not spending enough time and resources on unilateral conduct cases, so that's another challenge for us. The second challenge I just wanted to briefly mention is evidence gathering. So in unilateral conduct cases, we often have trouble finding people who are willing to speak with us about what's going on in a market and who's doing what. So that can be a challenge. Even when we are able to use compulsory notices to compel people to produce information or documents to us or to speak with us in an interview, it can still be challenging to find the correct people or businesses to serve those notices on. I also just wanted to talk about, while I'm on the subject of notices, the challenges that arise in using compulsory notices where we're investigating international companies, and digital platforms spring to mind. So Australia's competition law was amended about a couple of years ago to enable us to serve compulsory notices on parties in other jurisdictions, and particularly in other countries. So that's very helpful for our investigations, and we're confident that we can do that. We can serve notices now. But what we haven't yet encountered is non-compliance with a compulsory notice served on an entity in another jurisdiction. We can see that as a potential challenge in the future, and we're sort of giving some early thought as to ways we could deal with that. And then the final challenge I just wanted to talk about was remedies. And again, this sort of arises for the ACCC because of the remoteness of Australian economies. In matters where we are investigating international businesses and thinking about remedies, often those businesses are already under investigation in another jurisdiction that is further ahead than we are in dealing with the remedy question. And the challenge for us is, will a remedy negotiated in the US, for example, address the concerns that the ACCC has about conduct in Australia? And again, that's something that we're just sort of starting to think about more and more as these situations become more common. What we have done recently, the ACCC is investigating Google search. That's public. As part of that investigation, we became aware of conduct by 3 Australian telecommunications companies who had entered into exclusive contracts with Google. And we took sort of an interesting step in the course of our bigger investigation to seek public enforcement outcomes against those telecommunications companies. So we were able to obtain legally enforceable undertakings from them to cease the conduct. But that hasn't interrupted our bigger investigation into Google search and won't sort of affect any remedy that we achieve if we end up taking proceedings in the Google search matter. So I just thought that might be an interesting example to share with you about what's possible during the course of a more complicated investigation. Thank you, that's all from me.
Thank you, Sharon. Now I would like to invite Hugo to share his thoughts on how the Portuguese Competition Authority is addressing these challenges.
Hello. I will start by saying that it is a pleasure to participate in this panel and by thanking the organizers for preparing this excellent event. I agree with Sharon's remarks regarding the challenges we are facing when assessing unilateral conduct cases. In addition, we are now dealing, in my view, with a new generation of challenges that is very much related with digital services, which can create a high level of complexity for enforcers. These challenges result from, first, market dynamism that puts pressure on the timing and duration of the intervention. Secondly, in the digitalization that creates specificities in markets that can change the rules of the game and complexify the analysis. And also the geographic boundaries become less clear, especially in global and digital markets. On top of that, we can see some evidence of growing concentration and increased market power in some sectors. This raises the risk of abusive conduct, and the challenge is that while risk seems to increase, there is a need for an effective and robust enforcement. Despite all this, one thing, in my opinion, remains the same. The ultimate goal for enforcement is to protect consumer welfare. So safeguarding price, choice, quality, innovation, and any other matter that is valuable to the consumer. In addition, competition authorities, including ADC, may still rely on the fundamental analytical tools they've been using. We may need to adapt these tools to fit new realities, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel. How is ADC adapting to these challenges? ADC continues focused in building capacity and knowledge related with the identified challenges. We created a multidisciplinary digital task force with data scientists, economists, lawyers, and ITs, and specific teams working in detection of potential infringements, including using tools from the digital world, like screening tools and web scraping techniques. We've also invested in studies and issues papers into topics like digital ecosystems, big data, algorithms, and generative AI. And most importantly, we don't allow conduct's complexity or originality paralyze our actions. The fact that infringements are harder to investigate and to prove doesn't mean we hesitate to investigate potential abuses. There is no justification for inaction when action is necessary. Finally, we actively cooperate with our counterparts at the European Competition Network and the International Competition Network. These exchanges of experiences and best practices is essential to face this challenge we are dealing, also because they are similar challenges for all of us. In this context, it is worth mentioning the active push at the European level to tackle unilateral conduct, including exploring innovative legal approaches like self-preferencing. In addition, the European Commission, as was mentioned today in the breakout session, already updated its market definition guidelines and will soon adopt its guidelines on exclusionary abuses. These guidelines will be an important development on which all eyes are set, systematizing the case law and bringing more clarity and legal certainty to the enforcement of Article 102. So I will conclude saying that, as always, there is a continuous road full of challenges ahead of us, but I'm sure that the competition framework will continue to address these challenges in a good way, the right way, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. That was very insightful. Now, let's hear from Richie, who will share the New Zealand Competition Commission's approach.
Thank you, Lillian. I'll just start by thanking Kade for hosting us in this beautiful city over the next few days. So I think that in some ways the core challenge for unilateral conduct analysis is no different to what it's always been. Now, that is to distinguish harmful anti-competitive conduct from that which is an efficiency-enhancing, pro-competitive, or simply vigorous competition. But that challenge, as we know, has become somewhat harder in recent years as competition law and analysis adapts to rapid changes brought on by the digital economy. So competition authorities seeking to enforce existing rules prohibiting abusive market power in digital markets face a number of analytical challenges. First of these relates to market definition. Many of the features common to digital markets, including their fast-moving and dynamic nature, the prevalence of multi-sided and zero-price markets, often make delineation of the relevant market difficult. Do we define a market for each side of the platform or a market for the platform itself? How can you apply the SNP test when a platform charges a price of zero? The precise boundaries of relevant markets might be unclear. Digital markets may overlap or be connected to each other. What role does the concept of ecosystems play in market definition? Does a bundle of products in an ecosystem constitute a relevant product market distinct from the individual products? Competition authorities also face challenges when relying on traditional competition law theories of harm. We have to deal with rapidly evolving markets and new forms of misconduct that require new theories or conduct that stretches the boundaries of existing theories of harm, for example, self-preferencing. Competition authorities are often described as innovative when developing these new theories of harm. The alleged conduct is also often multifaceted. It's often the cumulative effect of the conduct within a broader ecosystem that's relevant to our analysis and concerns. There's a need for pace, for reasons including their speed of change, complex nature, and tendency to tip in favour of few industry participants, which then become difficult to displace. The traditional approach of ex post enforcement and deterrence is not always fit for purpose. And the technical capability required to understand these markets is a challenge. We know we have to fully understand the markets that we investigate, but that ask is an increasingly challenging task. Many young and small agencies have limited resources and experience with which to analyse complex digital markets. But there are also challenges that are not specific to digital markets. In a world of rapidly developing technology, we need to be able to predict the next significant risk to competition. When we think about our discussion on AI, we're not talking about actual known instances of anti-competitive conduct necessarily. We're still speculating about fundamental issues like what is the potential source of any market power. It's this horizon scanning that helps us to ensure existing market power is not leveraged and extended into new areas. Sustainability also presents as an analytical challenge. As businesses begin to develop sustainable business models, their decisions may have implications for competition. For example, a business refusing to supply an essential component to a downstream competitor because the downstream competitor engages in unsustainable business practices. When conduct is at risk under abusive market power provisions, the analytical challenge is how and when it's appropriate to balance the public benefits related to sustainability against the anti-competitive effect of the conduct. There's also increased public and governmental pressure on antitrust agencies to tackle the cost of living crisis facing consumers. But the antitrust authorities face the complex challenge of distinguishing between inflation caused by external macroeconomic factors and price increases caused by a lack of competition or anti-competitive conduct. And finally, there has been a call for competition policy to be reorientated. In this regard, it's said that competition law should consider aspects other than just the traditional consideration of consumer welfare. In addition, there's growing concern that given the complexity of the cases we take, that the burden of proof is too high. Existing frameworks might be resulting in a greater risk of false positives. The challenge for competition agencies is to convince the decision makers, the courts, of the need to approach competition cases through a different lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Finally, I would like to invite Camille to provide the perspective of the Czech Competition Authority.
Okay, thanks for the floor. First of all, let me thank the organizers for having me and thank the organizers also for organizing this beautiful event in amazing city of Rio de Janeiro. I would definitely sign all of the challenges mentioned by my colleagues at this panel. When I was thinking about the challenges we face, I tried to look at it from the bit managerial point of view. And one of the key difficulties we all probably face, not only in digital cases, but generally, is limited resources. And what happened to the Czech Competition Authority a few years ago was that we didn't have any open investigation of unilateral conduct. Doesn't look good in annual report, believe me. But we weren't lazy. We didn't sit on our chairs. We worked hard. But as Shannon said, it just the complaints we investigated showed not to be cases. So we asked ourselves what we can do, especially in earlier stages of investigation, to be able to better think about, okay, this is the case or this isn't the case. And we came up with two strategies. I think not super inventive, but they proved to work. We increased a lot of cooperation with other authorities within the Czech Republic. By that I mean regulatory authorities. We found out that these guys, they have a beautiful data, a lot of data. They work with them and they are willing to share it. And this is something we are continuing to work on. But sadly said, there are some obstacles and some, sorry for the word, silly obstacles, legal obstacles, at least in the case of the Czech Republic and its jurisdiction, because we found out that based on some laws, we are not able to, for example, effectively share some individualized data. It's even more strange that as a competition authority, we can actually, through the request for information, ask the very same data, but we are not able to ask the other authority which already has them. So I think as the community, we maybe try to call more, let's cooperate with other authorities, let's convince the politicians to change the laws, to amend them, that we will be able to more effectively share data. So this is one, let's say, tip. Try to cooperate more with the authorities. The other thing is dawn rates. We, in the past, did dawn rates in also unilateral conduct cases, but not in all of them, and we changed it. We found that it's invaluable to have a pre-existing documents, to have a business strategy, original documents, evaluation of how the business think, what is the strategy, what is the real profit-making strategy. Sometimes when we ask for such documents through the request for information, we had a feeling that the replies were not really pre-existing documents, but a bit modified answers reviewed by competition lawyers. So to have original documents at the very beginning of the investigation, it helps a lot. So we change the strategy, and if there is a, I would call, reasonable suspicion that we might have a unilateral conduct case, we now always try to do the dawn rate. So this is my let's say, second tip. And last but not least, our, let's say, focus. We tried to focus, and we focused on, I would call it, a local digital markets. It's a bit European specificity because the Czech Republic is a part of European Union, and we have also the European law, and parallel we apply the national law. And in these settings, the biggest international players, the biggest companies like Google, Amazon, who actually operates in many countries, in European settings, it's, in my view, more efficient if the European Commission deals with such cases. So we focused locally on the, I would call it, national champions, national digital champions on some local markets. And we found such champions, dominant companies, and we successfully opened some cases. For example, I can mention the market for real estate advertisements, market for job advertisements, some local national TV programs. So our focus is now to look to these, let's say, specific local digital markets and try to find maybe some unilateral problems there. I would stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. I think many of you said something related to gathering information. In Brazil, it's also a challenge. I think it's good to share that we have a lot of cooperation agreement with different government bodies, and we can share confidential information. So I think it's something that we are in a good space. Let's now to turn to another critical issue in unilateral conduct analysis related to market definition. Given the complexities of modern markets, what are the biggest difficulties in defining relevant markets, particularly in digital and technology-driven sectors? Are traditional market definition tools fit to purpose, or do we need to adopt new methodologies to capture competitive dynamics more effectively? To begin this discussion, I would like to invite Hugo to share his perspective on how the Portuguese competition authorities handle market definition challenges.
Well, market definition is precisely one of the issues that is becoming increasingly challenging. And this is because, as we mentioned, it was mentioned today in the breakout session, digitalization, technological evolution accelerates market evolution and makes market boundaries less clear. And on top of this, the geographic barriers are also blurred, especially in digital market contexts. Additionally, these digital markets introduce specific complexities that we must account for. Strong network effects and multi-sided platforms make competitive constraints difficult to assess and unclear to define separate markets for each side of the market or all market for the whole platform or including all the sides of the markets. We also have the zero price services that turn traditional price-based tests not applicable and require alternative methods like quality-based analysis. The existence of ecosystems that as a key competitive asset and innovation-based competition also can change the usual rules of the game and complexify the analysis. All these challenges were one of the reasons why the European Commission decided to revise the market definition notice. The changes introduced in this notice include more emphasis on non-price competition, looking at factors like innovation, sustainability, and quality, and giving these characteristics more relevant. There is also a specific guidance on defining markets in digital contexts, including dealing with multi-sided platforms, digital ecosystems, zero-price services. And finally, the notice provides greater clarity on geographic market definition, especially for global and digital sectors. So this revised notice includes 115 paragraphs, nearly doubling the 58 paragraphs of the 1997 notice. So this simple indicator reflects a significant update of the notice, and trying also for addressing the evolving challenges in defining relevant markets. However, looking in detail to the notice, we can also see that the most fundamental concepts and methodologies and instruments, they remain basically the same or don't change significantly. So I would say that we are not in an unknown world. We are in an updated world with additional information and additional help for competition authorities and other stakers. On top of this, it is true that competition agencies are used to handle complexity in market definitions, so they can leverage past insights to navigate today's challenges. For instance, last year, ADC, the Portuguese Competition Authority, issued a decision in the financial sector that illustrates part of the challenges in a two-sided market. ADC fined SIBS, that is a joint venture controlled by the Portuguese banks, for abuse of dominance, tying access to its essential payment schemes to the mandatory use of SIB's own processing services. We considered and concluded that competition was harmed by excluding rival processors and limiting innovation. Ultimately, it also harmed merchants and consumers. How does this work? So SIBS controls payment schemes connecting, on one side, issuers that are the banks and the other financial institutions that provide cards to consumers. On the other side, it also connects acquirers that are the banks and the other financial institutions that enable merchants to accept the payments that are done with those cards that are issued. So this is a classic two-sided platform where the value on each side depends on the participation on the other side. And part of the debate in this case centered in the market definition question. Should ADC define separate markets, one for issuers, another for acquirers, or should define a single market because of the strong indirect network effects linking both sides? ADC concluded that in this case it was better to define separate markets, but this does not mean that, of course, that it ignored the indirect network effects, and this is the most essential part of the story. Quite the opposite. The indirect network effects were fully considered not only in the market definition, but also in the market power assessment. So I would say that this example illustrates that competition authorities, when addressing the current challenges posed by digital markets, can leverage their previous experience in other sectors, and using that experience and updated toolkit for defining markets ensures that competition authorities are ready to face the existing market challenges and others that will appear. Of course, that continuous learning and cooperation will be essential in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. Now let's hear from Richie, who can provide insights from the New Zealand Competition Commission.
Thank you. Yes, so I will talk about several analytical challenges that can arise when defining platform markets using an example of analysis undertaken by the NZCC. And there's a diagram on that slide which will help with that explanation. So the example relates to a residential property valuation ordering platform. In New Zealand, as banks, as lenders, generally require a property valuation as part of the home loan process. Now, Velocity is a company that operates an online ordering service platform called a VOS. So the platform allows banks to order residential property valuations from valuers on behalf of potential borrowers. So Velocity's platform operates as an intermediary between three distinct user groups: banks, valuers, and borrowers. An important point to note is that although the banks order the valuation on behalf of a borrower, it is the borrower who actually pays for the valuation. In fact, the contractual terms of the VOS allow Velocity to set standard valuation fees and to allocate work to valuers. So borrowers who pay for the valuation have no input into the price paid or the valuer chosen. It is this removal of competition on price and the loss of choice that concerned us. We were concerned that because of the rules of the platform, valuers were not competing to provide valuation services. So the first issue to consider was whether to define a market for each side of the platform or a market for the platform itself. The VOS platform is a transactional platform. It is an intermediary in the purchase of valuations. Essentially, that transaction is the product for all sides of the platform. And this may suggest that only one market should be defined, a market for VOS platforms. It may also be more appropriate to define one single platform market where the substitution options on the different sides of the platform are largely the same. In respect of VOS platforms, for all sides of the platform, valuers, lenders and borrowers, we considered that there were no realistic substitutes to the use of the VOS. Therefore, substitutes on all sides were the same. And this may also suggest that only one market should be defined, a market for VOS platforms. However, in this case, we did not define a single market for VOS platforms. This was because when assessing the competitive effect of the conduct, we would still need to take into account indirect network effects between user groups on different sides of the platform. And for that practical reason, for the purpose of our assessment, we defined three broad market groups, three broad markets. The supply of VOS services to residential mortgage lenders, the supply of VOS services to valuers, and the supply of valuations through a VOS to borrowers. The next key issue to consider was the impact of the indirect network effects on the likelihood of harm from the conduct. Because of the rules of the platform, borrowers could not constrain the price or exercise choice to drive competition or quality. But we needed to understand whether there was some form of constraint from the other sides of the platform, banks or valuers, arising as a consequence of indirect network effects. Indirect network effects arise because VOS platforms need to encourage sufficient market participants on different sides of the platform, both banks as lenders and the valuers. If demand goes up for one, then demand goes up for the other. There was likely constraint in the form of feedback loops between these two sides of the platform, but to what extent would lenders and valuers act to constrain the price of valuations to borrowers? In respect of valuers, we found that competition in the VOS services to valuers did not constrain the cost of valuations charged to borrowers. There appeared to be few barriers to multi-homing. Valuers would carry out jobs for multiple VOS platforms, and in fact, valuers are likely to prioritise jobs that offer higher margins. So actually the incentive on a VOS is to ensure that the fee for a valuation is high. And the evidence demonstrated that in respect of lenders, banks have an interest in quality and timeliness of valuation services, but although the borrower pays for the valuation, it's unlikely to be a key driver of the borrower's choice of bank. And therefore, competition in the VOS services to lenders market did not constrain the cost of valuations. So in conclusion, the market definition exercise reinforced our concerns. Lenders and valuers would not act to constrain the price of valuations charged to borrowers. Borrowers would likely pay higher prices for valuations because of the rules of the platform that removed competition. So there was a strong correlation between our theory of harm and the actual market definition that we used. We resolved this matter through a change in behaviour, and so now borrowers can opt to choose between multiple valuers.
Thank you. Next, Camille, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the Czech Competition Authority is addressing these challenges.
Okay, thanks for the floor. I tried to look at these questions a bit wider perspective, and to set the stage, I would like to recall that market definition is a tool, it's not the end. The ultimate goal, usually, is to find a market power so big that we can say that the company is a dominant company and its unilateral conduct might be an abuse of dominant position. The market definition itself helps us to understand how the competition interacts, and basically it builds, I would call it a realm, which is relatively isolated to other realms, other relevant markets, but in reality the borders are always blurred. So with bearing this in mind, I think we should think also about other possibilities, how we can show that some undertaking or company has a market power. We could look at other indicators. We could look at profit levels, margin rates, rates of return, network effects. We could look at the real behavior on the market. We could look at the contracts. We should probably, especially in the digital markets, be aware that the companies doesn't think that they compete on relevant markets like the competition authority see it. They compete in many, many markets, but not the relevant ones. They try to maximize the profits like generally. So with having this in mind, I think that, and maybe it's a bit, if I exaggerate a bit, heretical idea, do we really need to define in every single case of unilateral conduct relevant market? I have to say then, in the Czech Republic so far we did. We haven't had any case where we would dare not to define relevant market in unilateral conduct. But sometimes the obstacle to define the market is so high that it basically makes to proceed with the case extremely difficult, even though we are pretty sure from other indicators that there is dominance, there is the competition not on the merits, but how to define to the extent accepted by the courts what is the relevant market, it's a challenge. And I would like to mention one particular problem we face now, and it's something we called must-have products. It's not the essential facility in the literal sense, like a physical wireline or pipeline, but it's a product that basically in the market reality you need to have to be a bundle of programs offered by IPTV operators, product that in fact on the other side of the market, from the consumer's perspective, competes with other products, and we have broader market. But if we look at it this way, we might end up with a relevant market with more than one actual dominant players, because we can have more TV programs that the customers just have to have in their bundles provided by by the IPTV operators. So we are still in a kind of processing of these questions, but actually this is the current Czech reality, what actually stemmed from the consumer survey we undertake. So regarding the other challenges when we define relevant market in digital sectors, I would say for the future we need to do this task in a very complex way, and we need to bound ourselves with just the strict market definitions in the traditional way. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Finally, Sharon, could you share how the ACCC is tracking market definition complexities, particularly in digital markets?
Sure. In my excitement to answer the first question, I forgot to thank the CAGE team for organising the workshop, so I'll take the opportunity to do that now. Thank you very much for welcoming us to Rio. It's a thrill to be here. I'm going to take a similar approach to Camille and sort of step back a bit from market definition with the understanding that it is a tool. So it should help us make sense of what's going on in a way that enables us to prove a contravention to a court. But at the ACCC, before we even start talking about markets, we try and figure out what is going on, like what is really going on in the situation that we are assessing. And that may mean that we don't even use the word market in papers that we prepare for decision makers in the early assessment phase of matters. We do that in all of our competition matters, not just unilateral conduct. So we're really focused on the who, what, and when initially, rather than the why, and then we start thinking about the why, and that leads us to the point where we need to start thinking about market. But it's not something that we spend a lot of time on in the initial phase of a matter. I think beyond that, we do use market definition as a tool. We are looking at digital platforms matters where certainly two-sided markets are coming up more frequently than they have in other matters that we've looked at. When we're looking at two-sided or matters that might involve a two-sided market, we really give careful consideration to the degree of interaction between the two sides of the potential market. And if that interaction is not extensive, that is where we might start thinking about whether a one-sided definition is more appropriate. Under our law, we have to prove both the market where the business has market power and the market where the misuse of market power has an effect. So we need to define two markets, and if we get either of those wrong, according to the court's judgment, then we lose the case. So it's a very important part of our work, but it's not something that we think about initially. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So, and to start the last part of this very insightful discussion, can you share specific cases on experience from your jurisdiction where market power and standard of proof posed significant challenges? What lessons were learned, and how can these insights help shape the future approach to competition law enforcement globally? To start, I would like to turn to Richie to share his insights from the New Zealand Competition Commission.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll talk about two examples. Examples where our analysis of digital markets has meant that we've had to think about whether existing theories of harm are appropriate, or we need new theories, or to expand the application of existing theories. So the first example is a self-preferencing example. we recently considered self-preferencing by New Zealand's largest online marketplace and auction site called Trade Me. Trade Me sells used motor vehicles via its online platform. It also owns a subsidiary called MotorWeb, which creates and sells motor vehicle reports. So consumers and dealers buy these reports to find out things such as whether a car was stolen or has money owing on it. Now, Trade Me arguably engaged in self-preferencing by prominently placing a link to purchase a MotorWeb vehicle report on every dealer's vehicle listing on its platform, and dealers could not opt out of this service. However, the evidence suggested that the link was rarely used by consumers, and so is unlikely to have any anti-competitive effect. And this is not surprising. Although consumers might use an online platform to view and compare potential cars, they don't often undertake a transaction online. So a vehicle report is most likely to be purchased when a vehicle was purchased. Therefore, most vehicle reports are not purchased through Trade Me. So although strictly speaking the conduct was self-preferencing, given the limited harm, it was unlikely to breach competition law. So in this case, it was actually important to consider how consumers used the platform. In this example, consumers predominantly used the platform as an advertising platform rather than as a transactional platform. Another example is a matter involving a margin squeeze analysis. So this margin squeeze is defined as a situation where a dominant undertaking charges a price for the product on the upstream market, which when compared to the price it charges on the downstream market, does not allow an equally efficient competitor to trade profitably in that downstream market. Important in this analysis is the downstream market price. So we recently considered a margin squeeze involving a vertically integrated motor vehicle listing platform. The platform was vertically integrated because it was also the largest provider of stock management services to motor vehicle dealers. And that vertically integrated platform introduced a fee for providing the motor vehicle dealers listings to competing sales platforms, and this fee impacted the viability of competing platforms. So that had the potential to be a margin squeeze. But what was the relevant downstream price for the purpose of that margin squeeze? Because we found that because of network effects, platforms with many users on the buyer side of the market are able to charge dealers who wish to use their platform. Platforms with less buyers had limited ability to charge dealers, and some even offer free advertising when tried to enter or expand in the market. So there was different prices reflecting the different values of the different platforms to dealers. For the purpose of the margin squeeze, there was no uniform downstream market price charged to dealers. The vertically integrated platform was not well established, had limited value to dealers, so did not charge a fee for listing on it at all. Applying a margin squeeze analysis on the basis of that downstream price of zero may have suggested a breach, but it likely would have been a false positive. Other vehicle listing platforms who were better established did charge fees to dealers for listings, so we chose a platform that was likely a reasonably efficient competitor and applied a margin squeeze analysis on the basis of their listing fees. And this analysis did not suggest a margin squeeze was happening. I'd just like to also comment on the issue of standard of proof. So the increasing complexity of competition law enforcement has raised the questions about whether the standard of proof is set too high. But in common law jurisdictions such as New Zealand, standard of proof is well established in law. In fact, in New Zealand, the Commerce Act, which is our competition law, expressly provides that the burden of proof is on the balance of probabilities. So there's no realistic prospect of changing this. However, the burden of proof that competition agencies face can be impacted by other factors such as the design of the legal test. the complexity of the theory of harm, and attitudes to the potential for risk of error. It might be that these factors and their role in the overall judgment about whether conduct is anti-competitive that makes unilateral conduct cases hard to prove. And they are factors that competition agencies and common law jurisdictions can influence through the development of case law. The challenge for competition agencies is to convince courts to apply different tests. And this might be where there's enduring market power, high market shares, high product prices, and repeated instances of unsuccessful entry. In such situations, false positives or chilling effects are less likely to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Now, Camille, can you share your opinion, please?
Okay, thanks. I would like to speak about a pretty peculiar case of predatory pricing, which was caused by submitting a bid to 2 tenders. This case is from the time of the liberalization of the providing of a personal railway transportation in the Czech Republic. And at the time, the Czech railways were was a national incumbent, a monopolist, the only company in the Czech Republic that provided a long-distance personal transportation in the Czech Republic. And because we wanted to liberalize the market, the Ministry of Transportation started 2 tenders for 2 lines. And Czech Railways, as an incumbent, actually submitted bids to those 2 tenders and won. Later on, the other competitors who submitted the bids complained to the competition authority and said that those bids must have been below the cost, and thus this practice of Czech Railways might be a predatory pricing. So the Czech competition authority opened the case, and the case was really not easy because there were several difficult questions. First, what is the relevant market? Because usually in the transportation, the relevant markets is the line, the route. But if we look at that by those lens, probably we would came to conclusion that there just can't be a dominant company because all providers could actually compete for the bids. But we took a different approach and we look at it as a general big relevant market regarding all lines for personal railway transportation in the Czech Republic, and that the strategy of Czech Railways was just to threaten any other attempts to enter to the other tenders. And these attempts were, to be honest, really costly because they were willing to operate for 8 years in loss at these 2 lines. Because in the course of investigation, when we really found that they are submitted bids and the prices which were not only below the average variable cost, but also below the average avoidable cost. By the way, it was really hard task for the case team to actually derive the cost structure because, of course, the Czech Railways said we actually look at the cost for the whole lines, not just these 2 isolated ones, but we managed to derive the right costs and actually succeed at courts. The other thing was this like a one-time infringement or a single continuous infringement? Because basically, when the contract was awarded, there were no competition because the contract was awarded for 8 years. Again, the Czech Competition Authority and also the courts came to conclusion that for the whole period after the award of the contract, the Czech Railways might end the contract, might say, okay, we did wrong, we actually conducted predatory pricing and stop the contract. So we came to conclusion that the whole provision of the service actually was the single continuous infringement, and actually it helped us because otherwise our termination limits would probably be gone. And Yes. Also, the thing was the geographic market definition, and at the time, the technical and also the regulatory situation was that we ended in the definition that the market was just the Czech Republic, not the wider one, because otherwise we probably would have a problem to have Czech device as a dominant. So to conclude, like key takeaways from this case, a bid even to only one public procurement below costs, which is submitted by a dominant undertaking, could constitute an abuse of dominant position. A broad relevant market definition was accepted in this case, and despite the fact that it was a tender markets, so the competition more for the markets, not on the market. But this was because of this particular situation and the time of liberalization. And also that to look at the overall strategy of the company to threaten the other potential entrants actually might help to convince courts that this strategy bring together with the market definition might help to prove the case and sustain the case before courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Next, Sharon. We'd love to hear about any case from the ACCC that highlights these challenges.
Thank you. Well, like New Zealand, Australia is a common law jurisdiction, and Richie's mentioned some of the challenges that arise in that type of legal system. In Australia, the ACCC needs to prove that anti-competitive conduct, including misuse of market power, has the purpose, effect or likely effect of substantially lessening competition. In some cases, that means proving the future. So likely effect hasn't happened yet. It's something that we think will happen. So that can be a difficult thing to prove and is part of the burden of proof challenges in general that we face. What we do in our competition cases, including misuse of market power, is use experts in court to prove some of the economic arguments that lie behind the contraventions that we are alleging. We find the use of experts can be challenging, and there's a number of reasons for that, and some of them might be unique to Australia, again, given just our small economy and the remoteness of our country. But we are finding more and more that we can't locate an expert in Australia that has the expertise that we need. So we are more frequently looking overseas for experts. We're also finding that the areas of expertise that we need for our cases are becoming more and more specific. So it may not be sufficient to have a general economic expert. We might need an economist who specialises in a particular economic theory. And we also, in addition to economic experts, we use industry experts. The challenge with industry experts is that it can be difficult to find an industry expert that is truly independent. Often industry experts have worked in an industry for many years, they have relationships with a lot of people in the industry, and that can make it hard to find someone who's willing to be a witness for the ACCC in court. So they're challenges that arise in our unilateral conduct cases generally. And that's where I'll end it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Finally, Hugo, could you share any case from the Portuguese Competition Authority?
Yes, I promised that I will share a case, but let me first start with some brief words on the challenges of assessing market power in digital markets. In these markets, traditional tools like checking whether prices are above the marginal cost or if output is restricted don't always work the same way. So many services are free, so price-based tests often don't apply. And when a platform rapidly expands its user base, that could signal dominance rather than aggressive competition. So in this context, we need a more flexible and holistic approach, one that focuses on what matters in these situations. Fortunately, also in this matter, we are not starting from scratch. Besides our long-standing experience in market power assessment, we have available valuable guidelines and knowledge developed about this matter. The ICN's work, particularly the topics on assessment of dominance in digital markets, provides valuable insights. And very briefly, it says that market share alone isn't enough. We must account for multi-sided platforms, zero-price models, data-driven competition. And we also must account for barriers to entry that may take new forms, including network effects, data access, or behavioral biases that may lock users into certain platforms. Going now to the standard of proof and to the example, the concept of standard of proof refers to how convincing the evidence must be for a court to establish a fact or reach a legal decision. In the European Union and in Portuguese case law, courts require a firm conviction, but avoid setting a strict probability threshold like in common law. At times they use probability-based language, which may create some uncertainty in how this standard applies. The standard of proof for a specific conduct may be evolutive, depending pretty much on the existing case law for the practice under analysis. So in this context, the whole strategy behind the investigation of a conduct by the Portuguese Competition Authority considers the evidence available and the existing case law about that conduct, namely the insights it provides about the applicable standard of proof. There is a case that is an exploitative abuse case in the energy sector that is a good reference for this question. And in this case, ADC concluded that the incumbent electricity provider manipulated the market through capacity withholding, shifting production from state aid covered plants to market-based plants at higher prices. This caused inefficiencies and consumer harm estimated at 140 million euros. So given this was an exploitative abuse case, from an economical perspective, ADC aimed high about the level of proof, using studies, benchmarks, and empirical evidence, including a natural experiment on a specific power plant. From the legal perspective, the ADC's approach was that this exploitative abuse did not need to meet the requirements for excessive pricing, which would waive the need to prove this matter. The electricity provider defended that any exploitative abuse case would have to be necessarily analyzed from an excessive pricing perspective, regardless of the means used to raise prices to a super competitive level. So the courts at the end sided with ADC's approach, confirming that capacity withholding could be an exploitative abuse, that it can be framed as a limitation of production within the meaning of Article 102, and that we do not need to show that the resulting prices were excessive. So by taking this approach, ADC pushed for further legal clarification on exploitative abuse cases and sent a strong message that we are committed to enforce Article CO2 in its full extent. This case also demonstrates that competition authorities have a role in the evolution of the existing case law, and this may also influence the standard of proof applicable to unilateral conduct cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. This had been an incredible, insightful discussion. I would like to sincerely thank you, our panelists, for sharing this expertise and experiences. These challenges we've discussed, whether defining markets in digital economy, assessing market power, or navigating in evidentiary standards, highlight the evolving nature of competition enforcement. As we move forward, I hope today's discussion will serve as a foundation for continued collaboration and knowledge sharing among competition authorities worldwide. Thank you all for the participation.
Thanks to all the speakers for their presentations. We invite everyone to enjoy the coffee break. Following the break, there will be 3 breakout sessions available for you to choose from: selfie preference in Potiguara 1 room, exploitative abuses in plenary room. The other one, exclusive dealing in Jurunas 2 room. After the breakout sessions, we're welcome to welcome cocktail in the hotel restaurants on the ground floor. Thank you. Acabou. Eu acho que eu vou embora também, né?